Hello! The game is loud! Or is that just my headphones? That's my headphones. Okay. So, last time we should be headed toward the trial, but I gotta talk to Kyoko first. Thank you. I actually have 6 models that I use. And this is the one I use for visual novel based games. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you, where have you been all this time? You used that key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you? So...
Correct.
I went to investigate the 2nd floor of dorms. The 2nd floor?
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcement because of that.
Whew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered. Then, when did you find out?
So...
Just now. I finished my search and came back down just in time to hear the class trial announcement. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to the trial completely uninformed, can I? So that's why you were late.
However...
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you were on the 2nd floor of the dorms, then that's what the key you found goes to.
Wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words...
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What?
Just a second.
Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma.
Makoto.
We can go over all the details after we get through the trial, okay, Makoto? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation.
It would seem...
Because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her? What a strange way to put it. A class trial is important for everyone, right? So why would she say it's a crucial moment for her?
Goodbye.
Well, if that's all, seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Doubtful. Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator. And the doors slid shut. This time the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears, and the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After the immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes. But it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair. Ah!
I can't wait! I can't wait!
This is the ugliest trial room so far! What the hell?
Ah! I've been waiting for this. It feels like it's been forever since we got together like this. The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed. Thrills! Chills! Let's get on with the show!
And so the curtain hit time. Oh my god, how many times are you gonna say a deadly, deadly, deadly? I didn't get any new skills, so they're all the same. Ooh! Increase bullet capacity, effective during bullet time battles. Sweet. Alright.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class track.
We
If
already
you can
know.
Figure out who then I'll punish everyone besides. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
How? She's right there, you idiot!
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost!
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
This guy is so freaking stupid.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
For once, I agree.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
One important trait Kyoko has that can prove the body doesn't belong to her.
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
There's no way that was Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but to... Yep.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
I know that isn't Kyoko, and I know I can prove it.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Fake nails.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
No.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Nope, I guess not. Maybe the fake nails? I don't know.
Shoot!
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No, that's wrong.
Ah, the fake nails.
No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Before anything, we have to identify who it was. Anything starts from there. Everything starts from there.
Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out.
I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file.
Well, if we can't identify the body...
No, that's wrong.
Wait! Hi, Darklight! How's it going?
There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real?
If you're lying, you'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto.
Hey, Jupiter!
Tell us what you're talking about.
It's going good. How about you? I had a really bad day at work, and I'm really stressing about this next week about getting bills done, so... I mean, it is what it is. Daily life, BS, and all that fun jazz. I'll make it work.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog?
Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
There we go.
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
I always figure something out. But it might mean that I have to work New Year's Day, which I'm really terrified for because that's when a whole bunch of DUI drivers like to hit the streets, and I'll be out there with them, and I don't appreciate that. But if I can avoid that, that'd be great, but there's a chance it's gonna happen.
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
Dog. Uh-oh. Oh, wolf!
Now I understand. The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf. Which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
Then who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed.
Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope! There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm.
I do have Persona 3 now. It was on sale. My husband bought it for me back when Black Friday happened. But I'm not going to play it on stream just yet. I'm not going to add it to the CPU tournament just yet. I'm going to hold off just a little while longer.
That at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
Exactly so.
The only suspects now are me and Kyoko. Damn it, I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place.
Yeah, exactly, Darklight. The thing is, you can't be on TikTok and YouTube at the same time. That's my only issue. Plus, I gotta wait and see how this TikTok thing pans out.
Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was
Our
between
hero.
then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? When she went to go get the pickaxe.
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Now then, Toko, what time is it? Well, we left the gym. It was just before 9 o'clock, so it's probably 9 on the dot now. Okay, go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
It happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m., and I don't have an alibi between 10 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. Okay, then it looks like the game has begun. If I can't prove an alibi for that period, then I have to prove it didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear when it ended up in the garden. Scout's trigger fingers are itchy. Sprinklers! I was just screaming that the entire time in my head.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Nope, never mind.
Shoot!
Shite. Alright, what were the options?
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock. Yep, and Makoto...
Yeah, from to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
Sprinkler, so maybe 7:30? Or no, I attacked 7:30. Maybe 9
We've
p.m.?
established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections...
So maybe
now
it's
would
10.
be-
Okay, maybe it's the 10.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock.
No, that's wrong.
Got it.
Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words!
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
What kind of like then logic is that? Not even the Dukes of Hazzard boys could jump to that conclusion.
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
Ah, not this again! I hate this part!
I admit nothing. I hate you. No! I don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No! I don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are Nothing. I hate you.
Oh, I got it!
How can you say
This should prove it.
How did you not notice kitty cam, Darklight?
Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because... while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning.
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Kyoko's the only one without an alibi. Which would mean that Murako's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. She wouldn't murder anyone.
I'd just like to say one thing.
Yeah, I'm like trying to censor myself so bad and it's not working.
If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
Give me a minute. I'm choking on water. I was choking on my water. Fudge! Oh.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
I got it!
Why would you expose
You're
yourself?
talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Why would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like I'm the one that did it? No, I can't think about that right now. That tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? But...
Wait. Something's not right.
And what might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think that I did it. I have to refute what Kyoko said. Oh no, is this another bullet time? Okay, thank God, it's one of these. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. I don't know which one it
Covering
could
the
be.
body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
But it would have had pink dye on it.
By covering the body with the tarp,
The killer prevents.
So the reason the tarp was is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
Damn it. Okay, that wasn't it. Maybe I need to take that side didn't get dirty.
by covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
Body before
So
the
the
explosion.
reason the tarp was only dirty on one is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
Got it!
No, that's wrong. Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
Then why would it be dirty on one side and not the other?
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Thank you!
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
What is she doing? I mean, I know what she's doing, but still. The blood, it was
What if,
camouflage?
after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Ah, the chicken! Ah!
I got it!
Stop outing
Could it
yourself!
have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
Okay, this is turning into Kangaroo Jack. Please stop.
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
Jesus, woman.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off, but the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body. The coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
I was probably like 2 minutes behind her!
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
And the suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Oh my god, you're gonna get everyone destroyed.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
Oh no!
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Listen, more important, now that we have this, what are we gonna do with it? We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do. I don't want it anyway. So what do we do? Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Huh? Me?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah.
Then why did you hide that fact?
It's not that I hid it. It's just...
I couldn't be sure what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I'd really done it.
Suspicious. suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
He's done for. Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't do it. I'm not the person. Oh. Fragments near the body.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
Fragments near the body.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically...
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
No, that didn't do it.
Shoot!
Ah.
The knife we found lodged in...
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that, that seals it. Just because I had that automatic...
Well, getting stabbed is what... So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's
Okay,
the
let's
same
try
one
this.
we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it.
Makoto did... Just because I had the knife, that automatic...
Well, getting stabbed is what...
Got it! Finally!
No, that's wrong.
Thank you, Clover. You're such good luck.
Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her!
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it. In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
The victim was hit twice in the same spot. No way that's possible. The exact condition of the body was written down for everyone to see.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. I totally forgot about that.
Then the knife
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Shut up!
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion!
You are a moron. And I'm being nice!
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural. Because, of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what actually did them. I need to concentrate. Ah, boy. Oh, this is all I get? Oh, crap.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
I genuinely don't know. Oh, I am screwed here. I don't know. It was to cover up, and all those other wounds on her body weren't fresh, which only leaves the explosion?
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah.
She was already told.
And it wasn't even.
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other
I'm gonna
thing.
fail at this so hard.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
According to the Monokuma,
That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna go with
And it wasn't even.
multiple
There's only
wounds.
one other thing.
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
Nope, that wasn't it. God damn it.
Shoot!
Then shall we continue the debate?
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't because of the knife.
I might actually need to look this one up. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. According to the... That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Then shall we continue the debate?
The victim's fatal injury has yet to...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already told...
And it wasn't because of the... And then there's only one other...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be
Okay,
it.
I'm
There
gonna
was
try and
evidence that
grab
And more than
multiple
that, the
wounds.
victim had suffered countless
And
wounds
go
across
after
her
the
entire
head.
body.
Then shall we
Continue the victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't because... And then there's a...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back
Ah, I
of her
got blocked! God, Jesus.
And more than that,
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire
entire body.
Oh, I am not making this. Come on.
Then shall we continue... The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't... And then...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back
No.
of her head.
God, Jesus.
Shoot.
Okay, I'm gonna actually try the Monokuma file.
Then shall we continue the debate?
Oh, I'm
The
gonna
victim's
lose
fatal...
this.
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't because... And then...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
Oh my god, I don't know what to do.
Shoot.
Then shall we
I have
continue
one
the
life
debate?
left. I don't
The
know.
victim's
Fatal injury has yet to be
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta
Okay.
be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Oh my god. I genuinely don't know.
Then shall we continue the
Debate?
I
The
really don't
victim's
think
fatal
this is it.
injury has yet to be...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally...
And it wasn't because of the knife. And then there's only one
Okay,
other...
maybe it's Monokuma
Oh, yeah.
file?
According to the Monaco, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the...
And more than that,
The victim had
I'm gonna
suffered
try one
countless
more
wounds
time
across
with
her
Monokuma
entire
file
body.
and Blade.
then shall we
I
continue
can't
the
get
debate?
rid of it?
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well,
Yeah, there we go. I got
she
rid
was
of it.
already
Okay.
totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's
Oh, I
only
missed
one
it.
other-
I missed it.
That's gotta be it.
Yeah, that's what
More
I'm
than that,
thinking.
The
Knife
victim
and
had suffered countless
Monokuma.
wounds across her entire...
Then
Shall we continue? The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill her.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right?
Nope, I just lost. Yep, I failed.
Is this really the end for all of us? I refuse to give up yet.
I'm gonna be stuck here for a while because I genuinely don't know what the combo is.
Then shall we continue the debate?
The victim's fatal injury...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was...
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate?
The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't me, Danny. There's only...
Oh yeah, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Maybe countless wounds and blow up.
Then, shall we continue the debate?
The victim's fatal
Injury.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
No, I didn't hold it down! What?
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the night, Danny.
Oh yeah, that's gotta be it.
And more than that, the victim had suffered
Countless wounds across her
entire body.
Okay, let me try this on...
Then, shall we continue?
continue the debate. The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Nope. Ah.
Shoot!
Then, shall we continue the debate?
The victim's fatal injury...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
That didn't work either. I'm just guessing at this point because I don't know.
Then, shall we continue the debate?
The victim's fatal
Injury has yet to be determined, correct?
No. I'm just trying everything at this point.
Then, shall we
continue the debate. The victim's fatal
injury has yet to...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't me because of the... Danny, there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim
Wait,
suffered
maybe it's
countless wounds
explosion
across
and
her
back of the
entire
head.
body.
Hold on.
Then, shall we
continue the victim's fatal
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Shit, I pressed the wrong button.
Well,
Jesus.
yeah.
And it wasn't me, Danny.
Oh, if I have to listen to this any longer, I'm gonna lose
The
my
victim had
freaking
suffered
mind.
countless wounds across her entire body.
Then, shall we continue the debate?
The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? Danny, there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. That's gotta be it.
There was evidence that showed
Oh my god, I don't know! Oh my god.
Then, shall we
This
continue
doesn't
the
make
debate?
sense.
Fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because... Danny, there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's try this
gotta be
and
it. There was
Byakuya's
evidence that
last
showed she-
And
moment.
more than that,
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Oh my god, I missed. Alright, this is my last one and I'm looking
Then
this
shall we
crap up.
continue
I
the
don't
debate?
know.
The victim's fatal injury...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
well, yeah.
And it wasn't me, Danny.
Oh yeah. That's gotta be it. There was
And more than that,
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
That stupid pig text! I'm gonna lose my freaking mind!
Then, shall we
continue the victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Oh my god!
Well, yeah.
I hate the purple text!
Oh yeah. That's gotta be it.
Oh, I'm about to mute my headphones. I'm so tired of hearing this crap.
Entire...
Then, shall we
Continue the victim's fatal...
If this doesn't work, I am
Kill her for
definitely...
sure.
Oh my god, you purple text! Go away!
And it wasn't me, Danny.
I am clicking on you so you will go away! Why are you still there?
More than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire...
Oh my god, I hate this
Then,
mechanic
shall we
so
Continue
much.
the debate. The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Oh, I caught it.
well, yeah. She was...
And it wasn't
Okay, I just
me,
gotta get
Danny.
this last
Oh, yeah.
statement.
That's gotta be it.
And more than that,
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Okay, I'm done! I am so done! Looking this up. I'm done. I am so freaking pissed at this particular puzzle because this makes no sense what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't normally have to cheat like this, but this is getting ridiculous. What is this? 5th trial? I'm not gonna go too far in advance. I just need to figure this part out. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Okay, what? I thought I tried this combination. Hold on. What does that go with? You've got to be kidding me. That is so stupid. I hate this. It's so dumb. There's no logic that... There's no way I would have put that together. I'm so sick of this. Yes. Oh my god, right at the worst possible freaking time, I get a spam bot on Twitch. I'm having a really bad time with this game today. Ugh. God, I couldn't. I never would have figured that crap out. That was so dumb. Because I don't recall them ever saying anything about the back of the head. That is so freaking lame. I don't remember them ever saying anything about the back of the head. And besides, how would they know that if the detonation went off around the neck? Honestly, the head shouldn't even be attached if it was at that location of the body. Logic be damned at this particular case. Oh my god. Is the audio off or is that on purpose? Oh! Wait. Is it off? Ah, crap. There it goes. Sorry. I didn't know what happened there for a second. Well, I fucked up this entire stream. I'm a terrible streamer. I'm going straight to hell.
Arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Arrow? That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure?
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master! You have no right!
I'm not backtalking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Hina for doubting it because there's one more thing about it. One more secret. The tape? Yeah, the tape. Or the wooden key because it was in Kyoko's room.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
Maybe they used all the arrows at once?
The titanium arrow.
The duct tape?
It was in the dojo locker, right?
What does the duct tape
I
have
no
to do
doubt
with this?
that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced.
I'm gonna try it, but I don't think this is
the
right.
weapon must have been about as thick as it seems like an arrow would just be too...
That makes no sense! Even if you ball it up, it would still not have enough
You're right.
force, wouldn't it?
Just the one arrow would have been too weak.
Oh,
That's why
wait,
the
they
killer
tied
used
all of them
another weapon.
together. That makes sense, that makes sense. Never mind.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape. The killer probably uses duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the
Yeah,
duct tape
that
would
makes sense,
easily
that makes
create a
sense.
single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together, and they become strong.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
The wooden key.
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to. The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
The key, Makoto. God, do I have to spell it out for everybody? Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, this all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She was protecting me? Then does that mean she knew I was being targeted? And she came to my rescue? Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko did it for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
How was the key in her room if he has the key? Wait, she could have put it there a long time ago, couldn't she? Ugh. What does that mean? Oh, shit! It's because... Yeah, it's the key! He had her room key!
Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Alright, I need to figure out the order here
What
again.
do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer.
You should understand.
Byakuya,
What are you? Master would never.
I need to
There's
grab
proof
that last
you aren't the
text.
culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated you said I hid the evidence of my crime and then left the locker key in my own room. But
Could I really have done that?
I didn't grab it in time. Jesus Christ.
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly. I'm not, but you should understand.
Byakuya, what are you?
Master would never hide something.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
you stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime and then left the locker key in my own room, correct?
But could I really have done that?
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly. I'm not the killer. You should understand.
Byakuya,
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
Got it.
No, that's wrong.
Thank God.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room. Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room,
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
it would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us, an obvious lie. Because she found something that could open every door. She said it right before we got in the elevator. This just isn't like her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened? Because she did it? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning behind it in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of the school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the mastermind laid for us. The mastermind's trap. The mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko? But if that's not really true, what can I do? What should I do? What should I do? The mastermind's trap. It was Miyoko And Kyoko that did it? What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Her lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? Mastermind's trap. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if the risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do? I have to decide right here and right now whether or not to expose Kyoko's life. I can't do this! Oh, it's probably one of those BS things where I try one answer and it just makes me choose another. Oh, no! No! Oh, God! I'm flipping a coin. I'm flipping a coin. Run away is not an option. I'm flipping a coin. I'm flipping a coin! Okay. Heads I pursue, tails I let it go. Fuck! Can I can't save. I can't save! I'd have to do the trial all over again probably if I fail this! Because if I let it go, the fault goes back onto me. If I pursue it, nobody might believe me because she'll just say, "Nuh-uh, I never said that." Running away is not an option whatsoever. I don't know what to do! I flip the coin. I bite the bullet. It was tails. Oh, I don't want to do this trial all over again. Ugh! Oh no, this is gonna hurt. Oh no! There's no way she would do it. There has to be some secret here. Something that has to do with the Mastermind's trap with that Kyoko mentioned.
Does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
They're gonna say that I snuck it in there when I went with Byakuya! Clover, give me a hug! I can't do this! This is way too stressful!
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it.
I know! But I called it! I'm dead! I am so screwed!
What? It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. and then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this—
Okay, time's up!
I'm screwed! I'm dead. I died. Goodbye, everybody. Bye!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
No.
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we—
It's because you were late! So we had to push back the start time! So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Is nobody gonna call out that he said this right after I mentioned this was a trap set by the mastermind? This is also the trap. He's trying to distract you and make you vote for me just to get things over with and distract you from pursuing the idea that this is a trap. Oh my god, I've never wanted to punch a teddy bear in my life, but Jesus Christ!
Voting time?
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
You're all dead.
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
What? You think I did it? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone!
Good job?
Yep.
Yeah, they got it right!
No, they didn't. I know that's not true. None of this makes sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey! It's perfect! It makes perfect sense!
Shing!
It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials. And I'm gonna end it the same way!
Thrills, chills, kills!
It's time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment!
What do I do? Kyoko.
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko.
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
F you, teddy bear. This is Jupiter. After school lessons. I don't look to be strapped down to anything. Why isn't he just getting up and leaving? Yeah, I'd be sweating too, my dude. Kyoko makes me miss Haifumi. Nai will never miss Haifumi. My boy came in clutch! knew it! Because I watched the show. I'm still sitting in the same position. What the hell?
What?
Huh? What's this? What's going on?
Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Alter ego.
Alter ego? Is that some stupid virus that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network! Damn it all to hell! I don't believe this!
It would seem...
It seems you finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words...
What I'm saying is you shouldn't have underestimated us.
Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing! It was a pinch! An itch! Stupid virus is gone now! Got it?
Is this some sick plan of Kyoko's?
And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again! To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit! In a way that's even better than special punishment! But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world!
Dude thinks he's Winnie the Pooh. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of this? Just what the hell is going on?
Calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time. Huh?
In other words...
Now it's the mastermind that's been ensnared.
What did
What are
you
you
say?
talking about?
So...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. Ah, shite. The massive high school towers are all over the other buildings in this entire bustling area. It's like the school stands in the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. Wait a minute, could Kyoko be cooking with this one? She's always cooking something. They say if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak Academy a pretty fitting name. There are two things you need to attend this school. One, you have to already be attending high school. Two, you have to be very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with ultimate students was me. Ugh. It's the very beginning of the game again. What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what am I doing sleeping here just now? It wasn't any classroom I'd been in before. What the heck is going on? Ugh. Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again, and then I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a sensation to find myself in. Situation, my bad. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I gonna be stuck in there till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after my good friend went through the trouble to save me. I remember all too well what happened. Alter Ego saved me, and he used the last bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First up was to start looking for a way out of here. Rattle. It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I searched for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are all around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. And that's still not enough reason to give up because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. So what if it's rotten? I drank rotten milk by accident and I am still alive. Yeah, but for all you know, that water, that black water is actually oil, so. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left. After not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day I have to have passed out. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. I have a friend that won't stop eating expired foods. Oh my god, that's so gross. What the? That strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched the pile of garbage jostle formed of an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from above. What could it have been? Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that made that tumbling down there with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash. Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
Kyoko!
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you! I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. That really hit the spot. Now I've got all my energy, I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up, then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at.
Hmm?
Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. No, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though I knew you were even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you.
I...
abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive, no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive? That's a weird way of asking why didn't you want to... Shite.
It's true.
I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive...
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to the school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. You have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
That's right. At least, I did once. Once? Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot? But that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory? That's impossible. Amnesia? Then, is it really true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at the school? The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted when I woke up. I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it's happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I could come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow, they wouldn't interfere with the mastermind's plan. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that, we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always a chance that the mastermind is actually one of us.
Correct.
What? Well, don't make too big of a deal out of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind is one of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into a missing memory by herself.
However...
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone else, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but... I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
Listen.
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey.
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
Correct.
I know I've never asked you for help right away, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that it's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigation on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So...
I think there's a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my ability. You mentioned your ability? My ability, what everyone should have known from me was... the ultimate detective. The ultimate detective?
Correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find in here. You had to find someone? Who?
So...
Well, it's the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Hyoko's dad. Is the Hope Peak a headmaster? Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way. Huh? No matter what it takes, I'll find the headmaster.
No matter what?
So,
Hyoko, what's going on? A memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense. But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said that said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. What the fuck, phone? I did not even open you. What? My phone is a piece of shit. Then what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess and the desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that who didn't know where anything had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of dorms using the key I'd found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map.
Indeed.
It's the layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room along with Miruko's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. And I figured the headmaster would have had some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, the room would have likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However...
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school was more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important, and really ominous.
However...
Of course, once I got to the dorms, there were no cameras and no monitors, which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusawa, right?
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't do it. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but it just means everyone but you and me had an alibi, so then who did do it?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusawa was to get me gone. Get you gone?
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and get rid of me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was? The mastermind knew that they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimum restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words,
The mastermind was adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't get rid of me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound to the school regulations.
hey,
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about Mukuro Ikusaba. What's that? There was a point when Mukuro may not have become... It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the person?
indeed.
I know, you know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean... How many times do I have to see this photo? During that night... I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of God of Death. What? I can hear the God of Death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this.
Anyway,
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and I saw the white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away as it followed. I followed the shadow go into your room.
correct.
I ran into your room and saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... Whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up...
correct.
And it was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It was all to be the work of the mastermind. So all this would mean that whoever did it is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can do this to whoever they want and they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and get rid of you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And that's not Mirako. And it's not just Mirako. They needed the class trial to get rid of me, but seemed ready to get rid of you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out who the mastermind's identity is. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mirako was the ultimate despair and that she's gone. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. What are you talking about?
That's right.
What happened a year ago? The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that, they're the ultimate despair.
It would seem...
That despicable group, whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they're,
Indeed.
make no mistake, they're the root of all evil. That has forced us to go through with this. That's the ultimate despair? And that is our real enemy? Hey, Darklight! What's up? Five alive? The ultimate despair. The group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this game and began broadcasting it around the world. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. You're fine. However, I did notice something. I'm gonna fix this real quick while I have a chance. There we go. That should make it easier to see Clover. Make that a little bit bigger on Twitch too. I was here, I just wasn't talking, my bad. No, you're good. When my phone went off by accident because I double clicked on it, guess what? Chicken butt. Can you please show your cute little face on screen? That'd be adorable, please. You good girl. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the Mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now, we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. It's locked, but we have to open this door. This is a desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. That's a rocket and a tank. I'd better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. Is that an airplane? How'd something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? Okay, what do you want? Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokumo's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in school, right?
That's right.
Then we should be able to use that on the door, right? Hey, Kyoko, we can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the hole. And then... Yes, it opened!
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. That sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. My VC face person on TikTok is still a little off. She's kind of bothering me. There we go. Got rid of... We were finally free, but there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because of the real fight had just begun. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate... Yep, I can't read those last two. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in the tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. Oh, thank you so much for blurring that! The ladder was impossibly long. We couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea where we were. We were down so far.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? Loses footing. Yeah, that'd be me. Don't lose your footing! Immediately loses my footing. So, how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I came from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh. But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So...
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. A conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family's creed that we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So that explains... Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However...
And yet, I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you're reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk about my father.
However...
There is something I want to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young. So I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented. He had a promising future.
However...
But he had no interest in detective work, so he cut himself off from the family entirely. Not long after that, my mother passed, and he simply ran off. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument, and I was, young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family's name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that. What she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However...
But there's one thing that I can never forgive. Really?
So...
The way everyone looked at me? I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me, even to this day. This shadow has been following me my entire life, and I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
And that's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he's forgotten me about me years ago. But your family, to just cut him out like that. Why not? Toxin is toxic. Sometimes you need to sever ties.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul?
Hey.
No. Is blood really enough to call someone family? Thank you, Kyoko. Only connected by blood, not by heart and soul? I was so shocked to hear her say something like that. I didn't know how to respond, so instead, I said nothing. As you should, it's none of your business. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Looks like this is it. On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should be open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. The hatch opened with ease, and so... Looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. So now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't go, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you too, you helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then...
Then let's just get a concrete answer, huh?
In other words...
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Well, what's that?
However...
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at a nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen, isn't. Because the mastermind isn't the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro. I can't remember. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was?
Right.
If we talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help our negotiations. I'm still super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going.
Well now.
Kyoko, I don't mind so much.
I don't believe it!
But Makoto's supposed to be gone! What's he doing here?
That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we gonna really be okay?
You were supposed to be punished! Did Kyoko help you?
What?
What if I did? What will you do?
Shing!
If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be punished. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again! And this time I won't leave anything to chance.
Kyoko,
Right.
do whatever you feel you have to.
What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
no.
If you get rid of Makoto, that means you lose. No matter, not that that matters to you, right?
Huh?
I lose?
Hey!
You? Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
Because
Well, if you set up you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted to excuse to get rid of me.
in other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then gotten rid of, right?
Hey, what are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The result of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that unexpected development,
indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to get rid of him. You made the choice out of desperation, no more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of being a being that could come to our aid even after you've gotten rid of it.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't do it to Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So getting rid of Mukuro for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be punished. That's what you told us, right?
And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto.
Well,
And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that.
What is this, a comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence?
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only one ever absolute truth.
boom, boom.
And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because
If Makoto really was, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared for another punishment. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped with the despair you love so much to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me there's the absence of evidence?
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to get rid of Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. Huh?
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you got rid of Makoto. They would assume that you got rid of him because that was exactly, what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say what you're trying, just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you get rid of Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice.
So, what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial all over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair. Hey,
Well, That would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial, one last showdown. In other words, this would be our chance to expose the true identity of who did it, of the mastermind themselves. And what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just get rid of me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Interesting, indeed. Barry?
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little bit. So, time for bear jokes. Now that you suggested might be plausible, it would certainly make one honey for a climax.
In other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope run out? Or will despair become victory?
I can barely contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown!
Agreed. Then we have to have, well, then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing is barely a fitting end.
You guys!
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries you've been buried here.
All the mysteries?
That's right. Every last memory that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely
then that'll be
contain
enough
myself.
to qualify as a victory for you.
it's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along.
Well, good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro, then solve the mysteries of this school,
You guys!
then you win. But if you can't do all that,
We'll all face punishment, right?
I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me?
He can barely contain his excitement. Oh my gosh. We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
Well, when we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe this is how it's all turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student does in another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remembered that for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And that's a true statement?
You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on school regulations. And having a trial for Miracle is no exception to that.
Huh? Mukuro's trial is no exception, then it's part of the regulations. Which would have to mean that whoever got rid of Mukuro.
It's a very polarizing approach. I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the game began are those 16 students.
What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why do you go quiet all of a sudden?
Now
I'm done talking! I have nothing left to say to you! So get lost, would ya?
Why so mad?
Whew.
He seems emotionally unstable.
Hey!
Leave me alone! I have gotta get out of here!
Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go?
I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper extra special overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto, let's go. Okay. Monokumo's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting rid of. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However...
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, it would be the mastermind... Why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
So...
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
Because...
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let their guard down, like I said. So when was the mastermind let their guard down?
So...
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school live to the whole world. Yeah, that definitely said that.
Listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However...
And yet the mastermind was able to do it.
In other words...
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason?
So...
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us getting rid of each other. They wanted to show the world.
It would seem...
The mastermind has been very adamant about not getting rid of us directly, but forcing us to get rid of each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have gotten rid of anybody.
In other words...
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us get rid of each other and show that off to the world. But why?
Correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey.
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept? You're talking about hope, right?
That's right.
And for those of us who represent hope, to get rid of each other and sink into despair. The mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right. It is ridiculous. Completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really their reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
In other words...
Because their goal is to broadcast this game to the world. The mastermind has to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but one-sided.
At the very least.
At least that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the mastermind wouldn't get rid of any of us themselves.
Indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Juko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they try to use the class trial following all their proper rules to get rid of me. They began the trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the one that did it. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to get rid of you instead, who also was not the person at fault. When the fact was exposed on live TV to the entire world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
Yeah? Oh, it's Clover. I thought my husband was knocking on my door. It's just Clover. To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they had to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
it would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violated their own regulations. But all that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge?
However...
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much the mastermind's thoughts and plans were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
Wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet. But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamentally part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I had shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However...
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time.
Correct.
Or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There's no option except to win.
Hey.
But before we begin the battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to get rid of the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
However...
Is it really possible? Huh?
Anyway,
right now we have to go find the others.
Shall we go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Shall we go? Fuck it. I said they're in the dorms. I'm gonna go to the dorms. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Nope.
Hey.
I don't think he's here. Come on, we need to keep looking.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Okay, let's try the cafeteria. That's where they normally hang out. And suddenly we were greeted with... Why are you... Did you glitch? You again. Is he broken? I I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit. Yeah, what the heck?
However,
I wonder what that was about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
Is that Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
Huh? You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
It's always ghosts with you! Everyone was there, all my friends who had struggled together and survived. Go away! No one likes you!
I'm not gonna lie, one thing that always makes me laugh. I'll make a noise in the hallway. You
My
start
microphone
screaming.
is powerful! It picked you up! I know it did!
I'm sure it did, but there's some times to where I'll just walk by, tap on your door, won't even be picked up on the microphone, whatever, and you just start screaming.
Yeah, see, what the fuck noise did he just make?
Exactly. So, again, you start screaming. If someone's not fully paying attention, they just think that you're yelling at them now. Come on now. Be nicer to your chat.
Never. I'm not gonna lie. My fat ass came out. I heard little rattles. I thought maybe you'd pick me up a pack of M&Ms. You're on camera, you're on camera, you're on camera.
Look at me. I just wanted to pet a clover.
I know you did, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure you didn't want a face reveal.
It wouldn't have been a face reveal. I was just gonna do this.
Yeah, but if you bent down or anything, I just wanted to make sure.
Surprise foot reveal.
No one likes your foot fetish. Go take that to OnlyFans.
Bye.
Bye.
Freaking weirdo.
You're the one doing foot fetish. I started to tear up.
What?
What is that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get away. Shoo, shoo. And in a flash, my tears dried up. Still can't believe you survived. Yeah, me neither. Do you realize why it is you escaped? It was alter ego. He saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say they had their lives saved by a computer program. I imagine it's a learning experience for you. So, what have you guys been doing while I was gone? Well, we figured that since the trial was over, we'd have access to new places again. And? No dice. All the rooms were locked before were still locked. So there isn't any new areas? Then where can we go find any new clues? Ugh, you stink. Are you rotten?
I'm telling you.
Physically, mentally, every way you can be rotten. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. This smell is so smelly. I win. She seems happy for some reason.
Yo!
Makoto, what was it like hanging out in the spirit world? I didn't go to the spirit world.
You know?
Did you get to talk to her? Who? Miss Cleo. No, I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. I mean, who the heck is Miss Cleo?
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what's happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain? Explain what? But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all. I need to tell you all about the last trial.
Huh?
last trial?
In other words...
We are going to redo Murako's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto did it, right? No, I didn't. Like I keep telling you.
Wrong.
Makoto didn't do it. And of course, it's not me either. Or any of you.
Huh?
Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it's all the work of the mastermind.
Huh?
What? You're saying the mastermind did it?
That's right.
That's right. And it was all to an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to stop it.
However...
But his decision meant that he would be the one to be gone.
What did you
You
say?
spotted the trap? Did you, Makoto? You make it sound like it was easy. I just,
However...
But getting rid of Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a very clear violation of school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be gotten rid of. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have a trial one more time.
Huh?
And then the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain leverage you needed, didn't you?
Correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. When you said now it's the mastermind that's been ensnared, that's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean!
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again. So, knowing all this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who got rid of Makoto, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind. But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school.
Huh?
Every last mystery?
But...
But we've been looking around all this time and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway...
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone goes.
Oh,
Everyone?
I hate
Hey, who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine with living here. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
Anyway,
at this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth. In other words, one divisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say. But I figured but figuring out the mastermind is, and how they got rid of Murako and the school's mysteries. It's a pretty tall freaking order. But maybe this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh?
I
can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too, at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint? It's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only way to take a single step in Hope's Peak Academy since the game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. Huh? But why?
So, in other words...
If the mastermind really is the one who got rid of Murako, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in the school, right? Monokuma could probably have gotten rid of Murako, but there's no way he could have disguised the scene like that.
In other words...
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the game. The mastermind is... There are 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. Add in Mukuro and you get 16. So the mastermind would have to have been one of them?
That's right.
And of those 16 people, We started out with the only one still alive. Are the people standing here? Need I continue, or do you get it now? What? You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way!
You can't be serious. Wait, you can't say that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, the ultimate, right? The ultimate despair, so they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us is the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well...
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
But...
I don't care how sneaky you are. We would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right?
Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my
family. At this point, I can only rely on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibilities.
Goodbye.
Well then. After making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. He didn't take me with him.
Hey.
Do you blame him? Without the master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream, or coffee. You're totally useless. So bye. And with that, Kyoko trudged out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit powers to figure out the mastermind's identity. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall. Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves. What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same.
But...
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know?
'Cause, I mean...
But up till now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have been gone.
Huh?
Makoto? Nah, that's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
Okay.
So I figure at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you later. Hina was surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just the two of us.
Indeed.
Even though she's always said she was the culprit every time, we were the culprit every time, we felt slightly different from her. Yeah. She only said that, like, during 2 trials. The very first one, because I was being framed. And then, no! She didn't directly point my fingers at me in this last one. She kept pointing the fingers at Hiro, Byakuya, and Toko during Sakura's trial. So, Hina technically just goes with the flow. She doesn't really have an opinion of her own. So you're gonna go off on your two, right, Kyoko?
However...
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're gonna do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
So...
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigation doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see how, as us splitting up to cover more ground. And then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then...
Well, I'd better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
Correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school had been unlocked, right? We should be able to investigate every nook and cranny of the school. We can visit all the places we couldn't go before. Makoto, no matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have any time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. So, what do I have to prove? I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of this school. And then we can all escape together. I guess I'll start by taking another look at Mukuro's file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, gone before the blast. The victim had been impaled a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered in other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who got rid of Mukuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So where should I start my investigation to figure out who done it? I guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now. The headmaster's room, the bio lab, the door in the data center with Monokuma's face on it, and the second floor of dorms where the gate was down before. That should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the crime. Which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started. Places to check has been added to Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Woo! Okay, I'm gonna do something I swore I wasn't gonna do because of work-related stuff. But I'm actually gonna go ahead and do the investigation now, do an overtime stream, so that tomorrow I can do the trial, which will most likely be the end of the game, which means that Monday I can start Danganronpa 2. But before I do all that, I need to put my phone on charger, go talk to my husband and let him know that this is what I'm doing, and also use the bathroom while I'm at it. So I will be right back. Anyone notice that the music's a little different this time? Oh wait, no, you were on the whole screen. You wouldn't know that. I love how wide-eyed Clover looks right now. Big yawn! Alright. Places I need to look. Thankfully, it has the exclamation marks on it, right? Oh, that's a big kitty yawn. Oh no, she left! Well, she's been in here for a while. She probably needs to go to the bathroom. You caught her just in time, though. Hold on, I gotta let her out. I just got back and she needs to be let out. Also, yeah, I've been working. Oh my god, can this person just go? Not you, Roxas, I swear, I promise. I have a... You're over on YouTube, right? I have a spam... Oh wait, no, you're on Twitch. I have a spammer that just came in. Again. Gotta get rid of them. First time chat. Oh yeah, you, I've been lurking just, letting you focus, Roxy. Oh, I appreciate that. Ban permanently. There we go. You got good old me on YouTube. I appreciate that. Jupiter, I'm just curious. Do you go on YouTube every day and just like have TikTok open on the side as well? I'm just curious. Okay, thank God they have the explanation marks for me. Typically. Okay. I'll talk to you about that, about why I asked that later, so that you're not confused.
Hey, Makoto.
Are you here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma door.
Yeah.
So I figured if all the doors on the school have been unlocked, that one should have been open too, right?
But...
Although I couldn't bring myself to open it.
I mean...
Because it might blow, right? And that really sucks, so you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she's okay with me getting hurt. Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Wait! Let me take cover first. I don't want to get hurt. Hina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. There was no explosion, thankfully. Okay, that's funny. Is that I have YouTube open on my side right now? Huh. That's weird, because it's showing that you're on Twitch, so maybe you have both sides open. But it's saying I only have 2 viewers, but maybe it's I have only 2 Twitch viewers. I don't know. My first impression was... Whoa, this place is totally sci-fi! Yeah, it's kind of thinking the same thing. There's some kind of hatch on the floor, but right now I'm more concerned about that weird device. What's this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top though, like some kind of military installation of something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Haifumi's probably freaked out if he saw it. Cockpit? So the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. Then, could it mean...
Okay.
Alright, let's start poking at it, or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Hold on, you can't just, or whatever, something like this. But it was too late. You know, it was already jabbing away at the control panel. Huh? Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. You know, what did you press? I'm totally not sure, but I think that was the button that says Data Center. Data Center? It looked a good look at the control panel, and I saw a bunch of buttons, each with a name written of the room next to it. Just like Hannah said, the one labeled Data Center. That must be the one she pushed. But the Data Center, that's right next door. The room we were just in, that's where the strange noise came from. I'd probably better go check it out.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I'm scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here. Yes. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Oh, great. He's gonna pop up as his own person now, isn't he? Is that Monokuma? Hey.
Give me all your donuts.
Is that you, Hina?
What?
What? Oh man, busted. How did you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup?
You don't even know what you're controlling?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from here.
Found it.
But guess what I found? A self-destruct button.
Whatever you do, don't brush it.
Too bad.
Oh man.
Were you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside. Anyway, I guess that settles it. Okay. Let me just go back in and tell her.
Whoa, hey Makoto, what the heck was that just now?
Monokuma!
Huh? What do you mean?
What you were controlling just now? It was Monokuma!
Huh?
Monokuma?
What? For real?
Yep, it looks like that panel directly controls Monokuma. Which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Yoko's theory was right. But if the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they must have been inside this school the whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true...
It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay.
Enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but
this game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students.
and the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the game began are those 16 students. Then the mastermind Monokumo's puppeteer is really the 16th student. No, it can't be. There's no way, right? What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like that face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing. Oh, okay. What about you? Is everything okay? Oh, well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set traps or something? I can't say it isn't possible. But I really hope it's not true. So, like, you want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste all our time standing here. Okay, you want to get going? Yeah. Oh wait, there's more in the data center? Click. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that? The door! It just locked on its own! What? My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. You're right, it's locked, but why?
Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted!
Monokuma!
Just a second.
Hey, no fair! You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
It is your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving.
Then that room...
Yep.
As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are.
So right now you're being operated by someone in that room.
yes, indeed.
Correctamundo!
You're a liar.
But that doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch?
No way. The hatch on the floor.
Too bad. That was the one big chance and you blew it.
I checked the hatch first. It was shut tight.
Of course, a hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace.
He's gone, but
So,
was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there? In fact, if you think about it, when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
Huh?
Then, when I said we should leave, well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found here. Nice, you got me all motivated again.
You got it.
Okay, I'm out of here. See ya.
To further explain, I run YouTube and PC and TikTok on my iPhone, so I can see your stream on both ends. Oh, okay. Again, I'll send you a private message about that. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. I'm just letting you know why I asked that question is all it is. In fact, I'm not mad whatsoever. I'm just putting together a mystery on my end. Hina took off at a full sprint. And I have to do what I can to... That's the only way forward. Alright, so... that. I'm gonna guess Byakuya is in here. I fucking called it! It's the headmaster's room. Your cousin Vinny? I heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Ah, Byakuya. Oh, fucking great. There are trophies and even a shield in the display case. Even in the headmaster's room, there's a monitor. Even in the headmaster's room, there's a surveillance camera. This bookshelf seems to be really well made, and it's filled with files and thick books. Alright, this is what I'm probably gonna end up talking to Byakuya about.
Come on.
Hey,
Not
Makoto!
possible.
Are you ignoring me? You think I'll forgive that just because you're you?
Such ignorance.
When we get out of here, remember this moment. Oh my god, dude, really? Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. I knew it. I clicked on it and he was mad because he wanted to show it to me rather than let me discover it for myself. It was on top of that pathetically upset, whatever. Class 78 student registry. and contains profiles for all of us and Mukuro.
So, in other words...
Apparently, Class 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room...
I see.
That's right. It also mentioned Class 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers...
In other words...
There can be no doubt Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. Oh, what do you mean? I'm talking about when she took it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper has been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She is in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page? Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
So, in other words...
When it comes to this profile, there is more information about Mukuro than we still didn't have. What kind of information is that? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems that some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself. I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background an entity floats, close, but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure of this as a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my own research in the Ultimate Despair. I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir. When she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think there could be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Mukuro was the mastermind? We're allies? So why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmasters seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to get rid of her like that. Alright, Jupiter. Or maybe it means the mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
What?
What's wrong, Makoto? Huh?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. The girl who seems to be included as part of our class, 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, and it even lists her vitals as 31, 22, and 32. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice bod?
Stop talking.
Hopeless. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the body, and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean... Wait, is he trying to say... There's a chance that isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's trying to say? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear now.
That's all I'm trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So, I'm back to being Bakuya's errand boy. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice from me? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. It's not like we're getting along. She's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. A hunch? But my hunches tend to be proven right. And the advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious. Yes. Alright. I've investigated enough in there, I suppose. Okay. Biolab. Well, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. And on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. But on the other side... Wait, that one's not lit up. Oh, these aren't lit up. There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. But I've seen something like this before. Ah, that's it. I've seen this kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing people. Does that mean this biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. Then does that mean everyone who's passed is... They're all in this little room? Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. It looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to this germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have been activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can be a person fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholster upgrade package. This is the instruction manual for the fridge. Oh wait, there are 7 left, so the 13 students, there's 16. So my friends are in there, eh! There are icicles hanging from the monitor. I'm surprised the surveillance camera can work and how cold it is in here. There's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of those things lately. The right-hand lights are off. Well, looking around, I think I get it. It seems clear to me now. It's a makeshift morgue. And about those lights of each slot, it looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on. Which can mean inside each slot lit up is blue. Another one of the victims is... I can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I could do for everyone who's passed, and that's defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option. Okay. I've done the biolab. Ah, the dojo. The dojo. Hi, Toko. Oh, Toko. So this is where you were.
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight? No, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue. Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything, not one single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have had to have something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back to me. Give me back my precious time. Calm down, Toko.
What's your problem?
Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless, good for nothing. They're gonna say, nobody's gonna say that. Master will. I'm not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna look around just one more time, just in case. I can totally imagine Sakura out here using this to train. There's a bunch of wooden lockers in there. We found a clue in there, but there was just the mastermind's attempt to frame Kyoko. Cherry tree is in full bloom. The target seems to turn on my range of looking for. Oh, hey, I got another coin. Cherry blossom seen in full bloom, nothing strict about that. Pseudo armors on display is extremely Japanese. Okay, I can live here. And go back to the garden. Yeah. Huh? It's gone. She's gone. It's not here. Maybe it's in the tool shed. I better check just to be sure. Didn't find anything even close to the person. But if it's not in here either, then it must be... Could it be in the biolab? But aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing, that tarp. A tarp played a key role in the other case, so I better take a look into it. They used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting her wet, which means they must have had left some clues behind here. Huh? I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on the one corner of the tarp. It says Biolab. Then this originally came from the Biolab? That's all I really needed to check here. Time to open each individual slot. There's some kind of weird machine. Yep. The stack of talks here. Been seeing a lot of those things lately. Okay, maybe I didn't need to come back here. Since Mukuro's body disappeared from the garden, could it be in here? I need to check, but I have no idea how to open this thing. Okay. I really have no idea. He's not letting me do anything. Alright. I'll just come back to that later, I guess. They said the second dorm. Nope. No, that's not right either. Yeah, that leads down. Where's the second dorm? Fourth floor, second floor dorms is seems related to one. Mukuro, never mind. Garden and dojo. So it's gotta be on the second floor somewhere. There must have been something I missed on the second floor then. Alright, there's the pool. That's the go down to the first floor. That's just to go to the third floor. Wait. Yeah, no. Right? Yeah, where's the second? I don't know where the second floor dorms would be. I am completely lost! Wait. Oh, that's just bad. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be here. Nope. Where the hell is this second dorm? It does say second floor, right? Wait. Is there a freaking set of stairs in the first dormitory that'll lead to the second stairs? Is there a set of stairs here on this? Wait, yeah. These would count, right? That gate's open. Oh, okay, I'm blind. We'll finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. Yep, here I go. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I can't like look at... This is a girl's bathroom. Even in a place like this, I can't bring myself to go in. Really? Alright, nothing to see here. Giraffe coming out of a locker? This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. It looks like this locker is already broken. Oh Jesus, I have to look at all the lockers. Okay. I can't imagine any way to get this locker open. I'm not even gonna bother trying. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. There is a card reader installed on the door. That must be how you get into the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers from the locker rooms on the second floor of the school. And you have to use your e-handbooks to open those up. So does that mean, well, let's just give it a try. I took my handbook out and ran it across the card reader. And then, no luck. Maybe the only locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. There's a metal plate mounted on the locker. I really want to know what's inside, but there's no way. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. Okay, he's gonna say that for pretty much all of them. Alright, just gotta speed through this. I clicked on it again by accident. I don't think this locker's gonna open. Okay, nothing to see here apparently. This room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It's more like an adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private room. Kyoko!
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Huh? A regret? Kyoko looks almost meek right now. She must be thinking about something. I probably shouldn't bother her. Okay, Kyoko, you mind standing out of my way? Okay, the computer. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. This PC still has some search results left on it. Then we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair.
However...
There's not much though. Nothing we don't already know.
In other words...
The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group of people. That group is responsible for the tragedy which happened 1 year ago. They are the worst sort of people whose driving force comes from despair.
However...
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there?
Whew.
But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands
Correct.
on. See, that's a good outlook to have. The leather chair. I can't imagine a student using something like this. It must have been the headmaster's. No. No.
How? In other...
I didn't mean to click on it twice. There's 3 in this one bubble, and it's really hard to click on the opposite one. No. Can I, like, move past you? The desk has a home to a computer. It must belong to the headmaster. Ah, it was just for a coin. Huh? There's a strange gap in the wall. Is it kind of a design or a construction defect or something?
So...
There's a gap here, but it's just an not just a normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze?
Indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Open space, does that mean... You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. You know how to open it. Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right up.
However...
But I don't have any clue what that password might be. All I know is that it's probably made up of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there. You're right, that's not nearly enough to go on.
It's true.
I looked through all his paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I already had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. When I think of how much time I wasted on this... Jeez. So there's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyway, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait, there might still be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name?
What?
Huh? Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you think you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well?
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more.
Hey.
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know your guess is wrong. Okay, in that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself and turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling as I finished typing it in. Beep. What the? That did it! Kyoko, it worked!
Why?
Kyoko? Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko... A present? Oh, he kept a picture of her! Hey, Kyoko? I may as well not even have been in the room. Her gaze was fixed on only one thing. A present? Wrapped and covered in such joy. That's what made it so unusual. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm kind of getting a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Why? You think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous, but surprising probably. Huh?
It would seem...
If it's what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so, what's in there?
Anyway...
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath and took a hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... Kyoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. Okay? I was close. I thought maybe it was a head. It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who would have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. What? Just as you thought. How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there.
Wrong.
Well, it's not that I was thinking of the phone specifically. I just had a feeling it would be him. That's pretty much the same thing. A person in the box. My dad. Huh? What about him? What you found in the box? That's him. Or at least what's left. Are you serious? This is her dad? That same man she's been searching for? Hold on, how can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we already have, that's the only possible answer. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It's possible, even likely, that he's somehow in the school right now. It's very polarizing approach. Here's a hint. Yeah. The 16 people. Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably here in the school, but the only ones who were alive at the start of the game are the 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume,
in other words,
that most likely he was in the school, but he was also gone. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Or, no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it just as she thought it, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe at some point she wanted to be proven wrong, which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father, so I could cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it? I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something that a true Kirigiri detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Huh? This picture. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko?
Why would you?
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past, and yet... To now find something like this. So what did you expect me to do now? Then I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared for her.
Why?
What? I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. This is a filing cabinet. Seems to be the kind of place you'd find a clue. I should take a closer look, but I don't think Kyoko would like some stranger like me touching her dad's stuff.
Hey.
It's fine. Check whatever you want to. Are you sure? Okay then. I went through each drawer one by one, starting from the top, but all I found were piles and piles of unrelated documents. He was pretty dedicated to his job, huh?
Well?
It's just because he didn't have anything else. I could have inherited our family's business or legacy. Instead, he left it all behind.
Now,
if he couldn't even handle a job like this, he would have been that much more of a failure. I'm sure he couldn't stand the thought of that, and it made him desperate. The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's desk. That's what our mission.
Hey.
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like.
Because...
You sure? Never let anything get in the way of an investigation. I don't. Okay then, if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer... Huh? Is this? It's an e-handbook, right? And it's labeled on it, says, in case of emergencies. I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words...
A handbook with no limitations given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. I think you're probably right. It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? But Kyoko? I don't need it. If I don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. If you don't want to leave it. Okay. Then I guess I'll take it. Is it really okay?
Hey.
Listen, Makoto. Huh? Can I ask you a favor? A favor? What is it?
So...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. And I know it'll only inconvenience you that much more, but... Hey. Could you leave? Huh?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I'd like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko, don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, I told you before the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. But maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you're going to say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right, I'm sorry.
Anyway...
Once I've gotten myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Okay, I understand. Then I'll see you later. Alright. I can try this handbook on the lockers. Is she really okay? Kyoko must have been completely shocked to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the headmaster performed that evil deed. The mastermind. They got rid of the headmaster, got rid of Kyoko's father. They got rid of him. And the headmaster is gone. The one leading Hope's Peak staff, the one finalized the plan to isolate you, that was the Hope's Peak's master. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It's possible, even likely, he's somewhere in the school right now. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind, which means the mastermind's true identity is... I'm not reading all this again! 15 of us met in the main hall. Add Mukuro to the mix and you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are left. Anyone else is gone. Even Mukuro. Even she undeniably is gone. The ones still left alive are me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko. Only those 6 people are left. Then there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. I'm gonna go back to those lockers. Because now I've got the master key. Wonder if I can open this locker. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Nope, lock. The card reader's installed on the door. After all, it's pretty similar. Yep. I took out my handbook and ran it across. Use the fucking one that we just picked up from the headmaster's office? Wait, but... Thank you! You idiot! Okay, let's give it one more try. I took the emergency handbook and ran that across the card reader and... Bing! Alright, just what I was hoping for. Now let's see what we got inside. This is all hero stuff, wouldn't it? Like, globe and stuff? Hey, Daniel! The locker is totally disorganized. Whoever it belonged to is probably the organization problems in every part of their life. This is a crystal ball. Huh? A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he would ever use this locker. It's just not possible. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked on top of it in no particular order, and dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible, I picked up one of the books and saw... But the moment I looked inside of the notebook, any sense of easiness I had evaporated. Guess what new ship I made also? I love, yeah, I'm really liking the game so far. There are a few mechanics that really agitate me, but I really like it so far as gameplay goes. What? There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yashihiro Hugakure. Is this our Yashihiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes. Which would mean he attended classes here. No, that can't be possible. Even Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us. And we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had a chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook? Is this a deck of playing cards? No, they're tarot cards, but wait. Aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just a coincidence, right? No. Not at all. Alright, whose do we have next? I don't even see anything that might be a clue. Okay. Alright. It's nothing in particularly empty. It's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say who's, for sure whose it is. It's a combination of Studio Ghibli and Disney. Danganronpa does not seem like that. If you're talking about your ship, I really don't know. But there's some writing in it. Could it be important? I don't like violating an owner's privacy, but I'd better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting, and all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must be... I'm talking about my ship. Yeah, I don't really think about shipping characters, really. I just let the writers do their own thing. It's like, sometimes I'll just be like, when are they gonna get together? Because there's so many signs that they will get together, but... It's like the whole Jack Frost and, Elsa thing. Is like, yeah, the artwork's cute, but like... I mean, the fandom does its own thing. PH, goody, you're still alive. I was walking my dog. Oh, you're completely fine. I'm a Sonic dog, so I can do that. Whoever wrote this must have a really meticulous... Huh? As I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there, words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our students' prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth with the corrupted world to sever the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone. I can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. And it couldn't be anyone else. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said that she hadn't seen her father since the day he left and when she was very little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong, but this whole time. But when I reached the last page, the question mark spinning through my head just stabbed spinning much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, and scrawled. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. How could I possibly make any sense of this? But the more I see, the less it makes sense, because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro, and a pocketbook that seems like it belongs to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation, but if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward. I have to believe in everyone. Now let's see what we got to decide. Nope. No, I don't see anything that could be a clue. Okay. We're checking every locker just in case. I know he said to move the investigation forward, but just in case. You never know. These ones are all broken. Okay. Oh, thank God! My throat is killing me.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASAP possible.
What? Now he wants to give us a hint? It's suspicious, there's no doubt about that. This could be a trap. But even knowing that, he said to go to the gym, right? Hiro! Oh, hey, Hiro. Makoto! Why'd you act so surprised? No reason. You heard Monokumo's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him? What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Hiro, wait! There was no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hiro. It was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? It's just me. I really wish I could speed through this.
I am Monokuma!
Hello, welcome, hello. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you.
The envelope? This must be the envelope.
And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside.
What?
Don't worry, just get on with it.
Monokumo's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and I opened it. What I found was a single photograph. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak at the same time. Where am I? I'm not in the photo! Am I the one taking the photo? That's rude. Or am I behind, I think I'm behind Hiro in the back there. Wait, but there's someone behind Sayaka, my bad. She's the only one I didn't recognize. Wait, oh, that's right. When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room, we looked at that file. Mukuro Ikusawa. Then this girl is... What? Why? Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that, just having everyone pose like this is weird enough by itself. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't know anybody. I don't remember anything like this. And now I'm looking at it. It's not even everyone. I'm not in the photo. Never mind. I thought I was him like tucked away behind Hiro right there. I'm the only one not there. This picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived at Hope's Peak Academy. So it's natural for me to not be in this picture, but what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could that mean, could it be everyone else and just me? Everyone here except me is... How long are you gonna keep up this rambling of yours, Hamlet?
What are you gonna do?
You're kind of getting in the way standing there, you know? So, I mean, get out! Huh? I told you, I'm not fielding any questions. What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of left field.
And Jesus, you're still not at the trial. I know! I'm tired though. I need to go to bed. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it! So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in my hand, I left the gym dejected. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? But it looks so real and so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That would clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. Oh my god, can I please stop investigating now? I'm really tired. Where is everyone? I gotta talk to them individually again now, apparently. Fucking hell. Okay. Byakuya! Yeah, this stream is gonna be overtime as fuck. Yeah, it is. Wait, you can't save? I can save, but I'm trying to get the investigation part over so that I can do the trial tomorrow and hopefully beat the game tomorrow so that I can start Danganronpa 2 on Monday. Oh, Byakuya. Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends.
Wait!
Of course he didn't. He just walked away. What the? Why was he acting like that? Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. He probably got a similar photo, my dude. Will you stream tomorrow? Yes, I will. Because I want to try and get in and out of this game as possible. Because I haven't played the second game, so it'll be a lot more fun for me to not know what's going to happen. Oh wait, was there something in the archive room? Wait, why did I do that? It's highlighted with an exclamation mark, so maybe there's something in the archive room that I missed? Okay. I have better things to do than sort through a bunch of little files. Okay. I guess not. Maybe it was just to tell me that he was in there. I don't fucking know. I decided to visit the biolab one more time, and the first thing I saw when I got there... Ah, one of the doors is open. I could see it behind her. And she was passed out again. Toko! It's open. Oh, but Toko. God, shush. Toko, are you okay? No. She's not gone. Is she? Yeah, hi, Jill. It's cold. It's super cold. I don't think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will.
I see. What? I was asleep? Huh, I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me, getting all excited, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Have you reached
then
that
what?
certain age? Hot and bothered, straight up.
Okay, so why did you pass out?
I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What'd you do to Miss
Morose? Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch.
Bingo bazinga! We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate.
You SOB!
And don't say it like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Even because if she forgets something, I totally remember.
Yes!
So it's like double the memory.
No, it's like more like half.
But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now.
I don't know. I'm sure Byakuya's around somewhere doing his own investigation.
Yes, by himself?
I assume so.
I knew it. I'm totally pro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now.
Shot off, her eerie laughter echoing behind her. Oh, I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Well, no point in asking Jack anyway. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be a reason for it. Yeah, this! The fridge, it's open! But I'm sure they were all shut last time I was here. That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily. Kyoko!
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize. But listen, about this room. Oh yeah,
It would seem...
it's a morgue. Yeah.
I knew it.
Expected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there, and, well, there you have it. You knew she fainted?
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagine she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot there, that's when she saw inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why has everything gotta be so difficult with Anyway, we should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Yeah, good idea.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, hands outstretched, but suddenly she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Huh? How come? Because Mukuro's in there. In here. She's in here? Inside the fridge?
I see.
Just like every other time, the mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. The mastermind did it? Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial all over again, I guess.
So...
You might be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check it out during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the mastermind by the tail. Okay, so what should I do?
So then...
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Just wait over there, that's it? Okay. I should ask Kyoko about the photo. After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? It's about the announcement Monokuma made earlier. You mean the one about a hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer. Huh? Why not?
Because...
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she right? Did the mastermind forge a picture as a trap to confuse us? That's gotta be it. There's no other explanation. I can't do it. I can't look inside. Okay, talk to her again. No, she's not gonna answer you, my dude.
Whew. Because...
Okay. It would seem the blue lights come on when a slot is occupied. So when someone's in there, a blue light comes on? Looking around the number of lights that are on, including Murako's, there's 9 in all. Mukuro's just chilling in the fridge. 9. 9 lights. Biolab lights. Okay, I'm still gonna ask her about the... Oh my god! Okay, what else am I supposed to do?
Whew. Because...
I already looked at the instruction manual, more importantly. You know, I think I've seen it. Ah, finally! I don't think I did this before. Unless it's tarp that used to help camouflage. At some point, someone got it from the biolab and took it over here. There we go! Yep.
Whew.
Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Already? Jeez, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report brief. So, did you find anything?
Indeed.
I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of... It seems highly likely that the stomach wound and the blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity was unknown. They were, however, gone before the blast. The victim has been single time with a knife and went completely through the body. They had been struck in the back of the head with an object. Yep. The only other option is those other wounds, but the file says they were old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they're old? Huh?
Because...
All the Monokuma files have said they were inflicted at least several days ago. I guess. I don't see the difference.
Wrong.
Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give.
Listen.
You seem to be equating the several days old with simply old.
However...
But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds, it makes it sound like they've been there forever. Like they were not related at all. Are you saying they are? But all we got from the Monokuma file right after she was gone, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it, right?
So then...
But what if Mirako herself wasn't gone within the last few days? What?
At the very least...
Certainly you can allow it as one of many possibilities, can't you? One of many?
Right.
The detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the ideal detective begins as imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words...
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each other as possibilities. Of course, telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future.
Hey.
So if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition, now's the time. Come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier when I was looking at the profile, it listed her height and weight.
So...
5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, vitals were 71, 22, 32. Did I get that right? You remember all that? They are indeed consistent with the body. So then...
Indeed.
And don't forget about Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
Indeed.
Our person in this case, without a doubt, is Mirokuro Ikusawa.
And?
Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so.
So then...
Then it looks like we have no further business with her. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, are you gonna put her back? Don't you think it's kind of sad leaving it out like this?
Why?
Sad? Did you forget? She is our enemy once. And part of the ultimate despair. But she was gone. She was still a victim.
Hey.
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Well, yeah, but still.
Whew.
You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. But she could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. For someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
So then...
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations, yes? Hold on. I still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in the locker. If I don't do it now... Jesus. Hey, Kyoko, I have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
What?
Go ahead then. Out with it. Have you really not seen your dad ever since we got here?
What?
What?
So...
What do you mean? Well, you know, all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms?
Indeed.
I do, yes. But to get into any of the lockers, you'd need a handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using the emergency handbook.
I see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
So, did you find anything worthwhile in those lockers? I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, the only locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belonging to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
What? If that's true...
Does that mean that video was real too? Video? Makoto, I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal the cohesive picture. Although I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could ever imagine. What are you talking about?
I
need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own 2 eyes. Oh, let me give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can...
So...
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker. Your locker?
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll make sense. DVD. And it says Class 78 Urgent Interview.
So...
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of this makes sense right now, but I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD.
Makoto.
Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble?
In other words...
So as it turns out, the arrangements I made don't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. Are you talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life, and all because of the mastermind.
However...
But there's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow on it. Kyoko's eyes burned with the fire of determination. The determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my dad found happiness.
Why?
So why is it bothers me so much to know he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it, but her smile was filled with sorrow.
Whew.
So, that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right.
Hey.
But keep this in mind. There's only ever one absolute truth. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering. Whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm doing good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then...
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind that final fair where Kyoko was gone. I better get going myself. I got the DVD from Kyoko. I should head to the AV room to check it out. Kyoko said something about hopeless truth, but no matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world, I can't afford to lose. Okay, but first you need to go talk to Hiro and... Hina. Which I have no clue where she went. Oh, she's in the dining hall. Why am I not surprised? Okay, Hiro. Hey, Hiro? Yeah! Makoto, what's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that. No, I'm sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit. Hiro, what's wrong? I still haven't been able to talk to him about the notebook I found. Was it like he was avoiding me? Like he was afraid of me? Why? Alright, the only other person is Hina. And she is in the dining hall. Yep. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba! You gonna flee from me too? So this is where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you. Makoto! Sorry, I gotta go. What? She ran off so fast I didn't even have time to ask her to stop. Hina, why? Why won't you talk to me? Yep. Alright, all that's left is to look at the video, and hopefully that's it. Hopefully I can go to bed after this. Clover will not stop crying. Actually, I think that's Buddy. Ah, AV room.
Buddy!
This should be able to play DVDs just fine. Well then, I better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. It said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on the screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have been only a few seconds, but to me it felt like an eternity, and then all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka! It took me by total surprise. I haven't seen Sayaka in who knows how long. And there she was.
Okay then. Are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard of the man positioned on the one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of their life in this school? Except... what?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
As if on cue, there was, that's where the video cut out. There was a whole lot I didn't understand up till now. But this, only this? I simply couldn't comprehend what I heard. Because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad she tried to frame me for something. So why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On the monitor, the video that I thought was finished flashed back on the screen. My eyes darted back to the screen. And if I wasn't confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Me! That was me! Possibly undeniably me!
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But the I in here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk with him like
Now,
this.
shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This can't be real. I said yes?
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with the others. Byakuya, Toko, Hina, everyone. They all said they agreed to live in the school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She'd sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her dad. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Huh? It wasn't just a monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Of course it's you.
Oopsie! Looks like it broke. Out of service!
What? It just so happened to break just now?
Too bad.
Now then, doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
Failure my ass. You cut the power on purpose. Well, whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd be just more of the same. He'd ask them the question, and they'd all say yes. I couldn't help myself. I let out a huge, exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. And at that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what can make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. A convenient outcome. Something that seemed to be obviously the work in the favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or... Please let this be it! Can I go to bed? Please! Please!
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end.
Oh my god, get to the point.
Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning.
Oh my god.
Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
Finally, I can go to bed. It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. And this is where I save. We call it a night. And we are going to be finishing this game tomorrow. I don't even care if I have a freaking migraine. I am coming in here. I am finishing this game. And then next week we can start Danganronpa 2. Ugh. But in the meantime, I am taking my happy bet to bed. Yeah, right, Jupiter! And late stream my butt. Get out of here with that nonsense. Or early stream my butt. Get out of here with that nonsense. I hope everybody has a good night. I will see y'all tomorrow. I am taking my happy butt to bed. Ugh. Ugh.